Good morning, everyone. It's welcome to the December 9th meeting of the State Board of Education. It's great to see all these smiling faces this morning. It's kind of like being in the classroom and seeing the kids smiling back at you. It just makes you feel better. So thank y'all for being here this morning. We're looking forward to recognizing some great folks this morning. But before we start, we always like to start being thankful and then remembering why we're here. We're here for the students, and just take a few minutes to refocus and take a breath and just remember and be ready for the day. So join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. We first have Mr. Jordan is going to come and read a proclamation from the Arkansas School Boards Association.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm Dan Jordan with the Arkansas School Boards, and I thank you for this opportunity. I'll read the resolution. The Arkansas State Board of Education resolution. Whereas more than 473,000 students attend public schools in Arkansas, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education acknowledges the importance of public education and its impact on our communities today and in the future, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes the vital role of more than 1,500 elected local school board members who establish the mission and direction for their local districts and approve policies to guide their school systems. And whereas school board members must make key decisions regarding curriculum, instruction, finance, and facilities of public schools. And whereas the school board members employ and evaluate the superintendent, who has the daily responsibility for the operation of the school district. And whereas the school board members must participate in professional development every year in order to enhance their knowledge and skills related to their responsibilities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes and salutes the members of the local school boards of education by proclaiming the month of January 2022 as Arkansas School Board Member Recognition Month.
Yes.
And on behalf of them, I thank you for allowing me to share.
All right. And so we do need a vote to proclaim January as School Board Recognition Month. And so do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Sutton. Second by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We very much appreciate the work that school board members do in our districts, because that voice speaking up and it's just it's an unpaid, it's lots of times unsung position, but we are very appreciative of all the hard work that they do.
Thank you, and we appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just to make sure everyone realizes too, we have members of this body that have served as school board in their local school board capacity. Ms. McFetridge, many years on the Springdale board, and Mr. Sutton on Marion School Board, and I think that's all. That's two of you, right? But that's experience and that they bring to this body that it really does help us understand the perspective of looking at things through this perspective of a school board member, and it's been very helpful to us in the department. So thank you, Ms. Jordan. Thank you, Dr. Prothro.
Yes.
And we will be joining you a little later on today, I think,
Yes.
for lunch. So,
Thank you.
all right, and Mr. Jordan, stay there. We're going to get a picture
Okay.
real quick.
Okay.
We're out of picture.
While we have Secretary Key down here on the floor, we also can recognize that someone has a birthday today. So happy birthday, Secretary Key. Now, recognition of the Superintendent of the Year Award, Dr. Hernandez. Welcome.
Does it matter which one to speak into?
Pull that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. I messed it up.
Yep, all right. Thank you, Ms. Newton, and members of the board. Very much appreciate you giving us the opportunity for you to help us recognize the Superintendent of the Year. This person is selected as the 22 Superintendent of the Year as part of the National AASA program. The person that we're recognizing, we actually recognized at a school board meeting back in September, is Mr. John Skipper Ward, Superintendent of the Magnolia School District. Skipper Ward has been superintendent. This is his 8th year at Magnolia School District, and he's his 25th year in education. I can tell you from personal experience working with Mr. Ward as both in the superintendent capacity and as my role now in working for the state, he's very much an asset to this state. Always goes above and beyond to help anybody he can. Any initiative that comes out, he seems to really be one of the people out there working on the front, embracing it, and trying to help other people work through it. I would like to read something that a peer said. Said that John Skipper Ward is a real asset to our state and is an exceptional superintendent for his school district. Skipper serves in numerous leadership roles in our state. He is on the AAEA board and is always actively working with other superintendents. I've also seen Skipper work effectively in leading our activities association as president. Finally, he's a vital member of the Economics Arkansas Board, which impacts our students' financial literacy in the state. I know that Skipper's community loves him. He is passionate about having his students get an excellent education. He's innovative, detail-oriented, and effective. And so with that, I'd like to get you to help me recognize Mr. Skipper Ward from Magnolia.
Morning.
I really don't, it's been a couple of months now for this to kind of sink in, and I'm not sure that it has. I've certainly come to the conclusion that this is not anything that is a result of anything that I have done, but more of a reflection of two wonderful school boards, two wonderful communities that I've had the opportunity to work with, and hundreds of amazing kids and faculty and staff that have given me the opportunity to lead them. It is truly an honor of my life to be recognized for this award, and I'm very grateful and very humbled to be recognized as the Superintendent of the Year.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I do want to say, Mr. Ward, thank you so much for what you do. As an alumni of Magnolia High School, I'm very, very proud to have you here today, and appreciate everyone and the teamwork that it takes, but you really are the example of transformational leadership, and it's an honor to be a part. I've got my Panther red on today.
Absolutely.
In
Thank you for
celebration
that.
of this acknowledgement today, but from a true representation of grateful hearts in our community and region and state. Thank you for your leadership and dedication to education everywhere. We're very proud of you.
Thank you very much. And I might just add that, they say behind every good man is a better woman, and that's certainly the case with me and my wife. She is probably the smartest school person that I know.
Yeah. Misty, great to see you here today. Thank you so much.
We offer our congratulations to you both. Now, Ms. Williams, recognition of the National Blue Ribbon Schools.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I feel like I need to just sing or something. I don't know, I'm excited. I don't get out much, so y'all excuse me if I get out of the way. So, again, Chantel Williams. I work across the road. I'm public school accountability, federal programs, and I appreciate you all allowing me to be here, Secretary Key, and to the beautiful board members. Thank you so much. We'll just go ahead and dive right in. So, the U.S. Secretary of Education recognized 325 schools as National Blue Ribbon Schools for 2021. The recognition is based on a school's overall academic performance or progress in closing achievement gaps among student subgroups. So this National Blue Ribbon Schools Award highlights what we already know about Arkansas schools, right? They work hard, our families work hard, the communities work hard to create welcoming and safe environments where our students can and do master challenging and engaging content. So again, the Department of Education recognizes all students in one of two performance categories based on all student scores, student subgroup scores, and graduation rates. So the first category is exemplary high-performing schools. These are among the state's highest performing schools as measured by state assessments or nationally normed tests. The other category is exemplary achievement gap closing schools. These schools are among their state's highest performing in closing achievement gaps between a school's student groups and all students. So we are not at all surprised that we have 4 Arkansas schools to be the recipients of this prestigious award. So I'll go ahead and get started. So for high performance schools, our first school that we want to acknowledge is Park Magnet School. And if you all will, and that we have a plaque for each school, and so I'll read what it says. In recognition for 2021 National Blue Ribbon Schools, exemplary high-performing schools, presented to Park Magnet School, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Dr. Sarah Oatsball, Principal, and Dr. Stephanie Nahus, Superintendent, by the Arkansas Department of Education, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, Johnny Key, Secretary, December 9, 2021. Congratulations. Kim, do you want, separate each one? Is that okay with everybody? So we can
Okay.
just do it one time?
All right.
Perfect. Thank you. If you just step on in, that'd be great. Our next school in the high performance schools category is Carolyn Lewis Elementary School. If you all would come up. Alrighty, in recognition for 2021 National Blue Ribbon Schools, exemplary high performing schools, presented to Carolyn Lewis Elementary School, Conway, Arkansas, Stacy DeFore, Principal, Gary Murray, Superintendent, and we also have Ms. Eccles, the Assistant Principal, presented to Carolyn Lewis Elementary School, once again by the Arkansas Department of Education, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, Johnny Key, Secretary, December 9th, 2021. Congratulations. All righty, closing the gap category. First school we will acknowledge in that category is Hugh Goodwin Elementary School. Once again, 2021 National Blue Ribbon Schools, exemplary achievement gap closing schools, presented to Hugh Goodwin Elementary School, El Dorado, Arkansas, Jessica Collins, Principal, Jim Tucker, Superintendent of the Arkansas Department of Education, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, Johnny Key Secretary, December 9, 2021. Congratulations. And our last school that we'll acknowledge today is Portland Elementary School. Okay, let me make sure I have my little notes here. Okay, in recognition for 2021 National Blue Ribbon Schools, Exemplary Achievement Gap Closing Schools presented to Portland Elementary School, Portland, Arkansas, Crystal West Principal, Tracy Streeter Superintendent, and we have by the Arkansas Department of Education, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education, Johnny Key Secretary, December 9, 2021. And we have, I want to just make sure we know who we have here. We have Miss Michelle Dunbar. We have Miss Streeter could not attend. And we have Miss Marcia Dalton and Christy West, right? Okay, congratulations. Thank you all. So this is just so exciting. I was so happy to do this. I was very nervous, as you all know. Miss Odestein Smith, this is her thing. So she is grooming me and grooming me well. Let me know. She tells me everything that I need to do, so I won't leave anything out. So I hope I've done okay. And if you all know her phone number, call her and tell her I did okay. And so now we can do our picture, right, Kim?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first group, we will have Park Magnet.
Congratulations. Great job.
All righty, our next, oh yes, ma'am, please. Carolyn Lewis.
Congratulations. Lots of hard work. But yes, all right. I won't be by all these programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Very nice to meet you. Thank you.
Our next school will be Hugh Goodwin.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Hi. Congratulations. Great work, ladies. I know it's a lot of hard work when you do this.
Thank you, Kim.
Good job. Good job. Great job. I know they all headed out, but maybe they can still hear out in the lobby. But I just want to offer our congratulations to the administrators that were here, but also to the staff and the students at home, because I know something like this doesn't happen by just work of a few people. It takes a team working together, including the students, and just the hard work and dedication of all of you. We are very appreciative of all of that. So thank you and congratulations. All right. Before we move on, under changes to agenda, the very last item, the West Helena request for a waiver for standards accreditation, that item has been pulled. So we're not going to address that item today. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay. If not, then we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do any board members have an item on the consent agenda that you would like to discuss or pull?
I just have a comment.
All right.
First off, and I think, Weedy, you may have mentioned it a couple of months ago, I do appreciate the additional information that we're getting on the bond issues.
Yes.
It's very helpful. I think it's something that the board needs, and it really gives us a better understanding as to how that particular district stands.
Yes. Yes. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead.
The other one that I had, and I guess I'm going to address this to my friend Amy, on the PLSB stuff, if someone is determined to have violated Standard 4, that for the most part would include probably money. Would that be correct?
Not always, but
Not always, but
generally, yes.
Ms., can you come to the microphone because people,
I'm
Ms. McFetridge is on Zoom and so she won't hear your comments.
Yeah, a Standard 4 violation, more likely than not, is money, but not always. It can be, we have seen recently, it's more use of school email, laptop, that type of thing, and not funds.
okay. On some of the ones that have included over the last year, maybe that included unreceipted expenditures, missing money, et cetera, do we also require restitution of those funds? Because I don't think I've ever seen that on our, whatever sanctions we handle.
We have not, typically that's handled at the district
At the
level.
district level?
Whether they pursue criminal charges or some civil
Okay.
action that way.
Okay, great. That's what I need to know.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. McFetridge, did you have a question or a comment on the consent items?
I did not, thank you.
Okay. All right, then we are ready to for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make the motion. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll second your motion.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Sutton and seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, consent agenda is passed. We're moving on to the action agenda. Under the action agenda, the first thing that we have are 1240 waivers, and Ms. Freno.
Thank you, Lori Freno, and as you said, we have some Act 1240 waivers today. The first is for the Fayetteville School District, and the district requests a waiver of teaching load for grades 5 through 12 at several of its schools in order so that they can implement a teacher intern program. Mary Claire Hyatt is here to present this request, and she will have 20 minutes to present the request, but I know she will not take 20 minutes.
Ms. Hyde is very well aware of the rules because I think she helped write them. So.
It's funny because I talked to Ms. Freno and I said, well, who wrote that into the rules? Mary Claire Hyatt, Fayetteville Public Schools. I'll try and be brief. I think you guys have seen several of these teacher apprenticeship programs come before you. We do have great community partners with University of Arkansas and with Harding in Northwest Arkansas. And we're excited to help grow teachers at Fayetteville Public Schools and give opportunities to teachers that want to come and work for the school district and hopefully stay in the area in our school district. So the mentor teacher, it's completely voluntary for that person. You should have gotten a printout that we currently have one teacher who has done something similar before, and she is totally in support. It would be voluntary for any teacher that wanted to participate, and it wouldn't be every student in teacher prep programs. It would be those that are deemed ready by their teacher prep program and vetted by the school district. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And before I do that, I think we'll use it pretty sparingly. I think we have 1 or 2 students that we're looking at. Maybe if this is approved for now, and make sure and keep a really tight eye on it. look at how it's working, talk with the mentor teachers and with the principals of the buildings where those apprentice teachers are. And if it's not working, back off. But if it is, hopefully we'll be able to grow some of our own teachers and get people excited about working for our district.
And this teaching load would be for 3 years and only apply in this situation for the teacher interns.
That's correct.
All right, we'll see if we have any questions from the board. Anyone on this side? Okay, Dr. Moore?
Thank you. In the application, it looks like so far there's just one. Is that correct? And will that be for this upcoming semester?
So that student was previously a long-term sub in the way that it kind of used to work. He's actually graduating in December, so he will just be a teacher in our school district, I believe, which is really exciting for us. So we don't have, I think we're waiting to see if it gets approved before we look at mid-year options for the next semester of school. So we do have this kind of one person, but he will be hired as a teacher, and then we'll look at adding 1 or 2 in mid-year placements.
Okay. What does compensation look like for the teacher?
I believe that they are paid on, not the teacher, which teacher? The mentor teacher or the apprentice?
The apprentice.
Okay. I think they're not on our teacher salary schedule, but they're on one of our other salary schedules. And then there's not additional compensation for the mentor teacher, but again, it's voluntary, and they're not actually in that class teaching. They're providing that oversight.
Okay. I imagine there's a lot of student teachers in the Fayetteville district. Is that correct?
I do think we have quite a few that work and do their student teaching there. It's my understanding that we've just had the one that was kind of in a long-term sub position that had his own class, but typically I think they kind of work under the direction of other teachers.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. McFetridge, did you have a question?
No, thank
Okay. Any questions over here? Okay. All right. So we are ready for a motion for the Fayetteville School District 1240 waiver request.
I move to approve.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Dean,
I'll second.
seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good
And
to
so
see
good
you.
to see all of you.
Good to see you.
Before she gets away, Madam Chair, if I can, I want to say thank you, Mary Claire, because she helped us, and I'll explain a little bit more, but she helped bring Bessie B. Moore back home to the department. It's a big portrait, and we needed assistance, and she was willing to, since she was coming this way, to work with our friends at the U of A and transport that portrait, and thank you for doing that for us. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
It's your birthday present.
Thank you. All right.
It was great to see all of you.
Good to
Thank
see you. All right. Ms. Freno, the 1240 waiver acts for the Southeast Education Service Cooperatives.
Good morning. Again, Lori Freno, and I'm here with Dr. Ivy Pfeffer to introduce this item. This is an Act 1240 waiver request from the school districts within the I forget what it's called, Southeast Education Service Cooperative. They're seeking teacher licensure and media specialist licensure. They are not seeking any waiver of a media specialist program, media services program. It's just for licensure. And they're requesting this for 3 years, and I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr. Pfeffer to discuss this a little more.
This one. Okay, good morning, board members.
Good morning.
And I'm going to just speak for just a minute. I know that the school districts are here. They've provided you with a lot of really good information in your board packet. But several of you did have some questions and concerns about this waiver request, and I do believe they're asking for 5 years. We had communicated that we might want to consider a 3-year option for this. But I do think they have some information to explain to you how they've utilized these waivers over the last 5 years and why they have a request for 5 years. One thing that we wanted to talk about, though, is that starting July of this year, districts are required now to submit a recruitment and retention plan. So all districts will be required to do this. In the past, the legislation had only required those that had a greater than I think 5% minority population would do a plan, and the legislation has changed pretty significantly the purpose of the plans. It's a larger teacher and administrator recruitment plan. And so we are in the process right now of outlining a template for districts to use the data that they'll need to be sure and include. Plans will have to include their specific strategies and goals, the things that they're trying to address. And so in kind of preparing for today, we started thinking about, okay, how will these teacher recruitment and retention plans intersect with districts that have Act 1240 waivers? In the information I sent you yesterday, I included a couple of graphics. One had come from the TNTP, had done a report on teacher shortages in Arkansas. As you can see, that area of the state does continue to have a shortage of teachers in Arkansas. The four-year institution that is in their immediate service area has very, very low enrollment in their traditional educator preparation program. And so all of those factors there are combining to make it very difficult for them to have the pipeline of certified teachers that they need. I think that you'll see from the data they share, and Ms. Saraceni also pulled together some data from the co-op, and I'm going to give you a handout here. Because we wanted to look at and see if the district, in utilizing the Act 1240 waivers, if they were also having to rely on other types of licensure exceptions. And you can see that they are not utilizing emergency teaching permits or long-term substitutes to a very great degree. So I do think when you look at that, that is showing that the Act 1240 waivers are meeting that need that they have to be able to have the flexibility in getting people to the classroom. The larger question, though, really is, how do we move forward? Because Act 1240 waivers don't need to be a permanent solution to our teacher workforce, and that's why we have these larger initiatives like the teacher residency model moving forward, to the really pushing the Grow Your Own initiatives, and having those plans that will be submitted. And I don't know, I think I had told you that the recruitment and retention plans will be a 3-year plan. So you have the plan, and then you have this request here. So hopefully kind of putting several of those things together might help you in at least asking the questions and deciding how you want to proceed. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer that. Otherwise, I'll get it out of the way and let them present to you.
Okay. Does anyone have a question for Ms. Dr. Pfeffer?
Dr. Pfeffer, I do have a quick question. Under normal circumstances, I would be very open to the 5-year, in this case, the 5-year waiver. Is there a lot of pushback from the department to stick to the 3-year waiver only? I mean, how strongly are your feelings on that?
So, I think there's really two ways to look at that. In terms of granting waivers, 5 years is the maximum amount of time that you can grant the waiver. And just kind of out of curiosity, how many of you were on the board 5 years ago when these waivers were granted? Okay, so a couple of you. How many of you will be on the board in 5 years because of your terms? Okay, so a few of you. So, part of it is when you start thinking about 5 years and that historical knowledge of, what do you do when it's time to make that next decision? I think initially I had more concerns because we've done this for 5 years and now we're asking to do it for 5 more years. Where do we stop? And so we started thinking about it in terms of, though, when the waivers are granted, if we're not also talking about what is the end game, what is that end goal, it wouldn't matter really if you granted it for 3 years, 5 years, or 50 years. You just, at some point, you have to think about, where do we go after this? And so that's when then it occurred to us that we had this other part of the plan from the state, and that is working with the districts on their recruitment and retention plans. And so those plans will cover a span of 3 years, And even if you go ahead and grant the waivers for 5 years, after 3 years, you've got the opportunity to look and see, okay, are they making progress, and what are we going to be looking at in terms of needing those waivers beyond that? So really, I think it's going to be more about your level of comfort with the districts in terms of has this been a strategy that has helped them bring people to the workforce and get them licensed and keep them there, or is it do we need to double down and really focus on those other efforts? So I think just the realization that we have the recruitment and retention plans in place, I think that helps us be more comfortable with their request of 5 years, because there's always that plan's going to really help to focus, I think, the efforts. So not an exact answer, but I think we feel a little bit differently now in terms of thinking about the plans as part of the overall solution.
Any other questions before we hear from the districts? Ms. McFettridge? Okay, all right, so
Lori Freno again, just for clarity. Karen Oaf is here. She will be presenting these waivers. She is the director of the co-op. She will have 20 minutes to present. Of course, the chair can grant more time if necessary. And all of the school districts that have requested these waivers are here in person or via Zoom, so they're available for questions.
okay.
I am Karen Oath. I'm the director of the Southeast Co-op that represents these 15 schools that are under discussion. And I would love to give you some of the results that we have seen with our Act 1240 waivers. And after I talk briefly, Dr. Tucker from Hermitage will talk, Gary Williams from Quasit will talk, and Kelvin Gregg from Dumas will talk and tell you what it really looks like in our districts. We are truly, since 2016, we have had to hire 430 Act 1240 teachers. And of those 430, 169 are now already fully licensed teachers. And so we are using this as a grow your own program, grow your own teachers in your community so that they will stay, and so that they will help, and they're vested in our student achievement in our area. So here's the problem: 430. When we tried to recruit from every avenue possible, we only fill and use Act 1240 teachers when we have no other choice. And so since we've used 430, 169 are fully licensed teachers, UAM has only produced 58 classically trained teachers that went through student teaching, and they're our main avenue that provides student teachers. Now, I want to tell you what we're currently doing in recruitment and retention of teachers, because I think you're going to be very, very interested in what I'm about to tell you. Not only do we recruit in our area, we recruit in our region, we recruit in our state, we recruit from Mississippi and Louisiana as well, always looking for licensed teachers first, always. We also recruit internationally. And internationally, we have recruited from the Philippines, licensed teachers in the Philippines, and we have placed 8 in Dumas, and we placed 8 in Dumas and 5 in Lake Village District. So we've even went international. That's how serious we are about recruitment. We leave no stone unturned, no stone. We also recruit from the Teach for America program, from the Southeast Co-op AmeriCorps program, and then from the Co-op AmeriCorps program alone, we have produced 34 licensed teachers, 34. 30 who came through the classically trained route going through student teaching, and 4 who came through the MAT program. We hire parapros. But when we hire parapros in our 15 districts, the first question we ask is, are you willing to go back to school? Because we need licensed teachers. That's totally our preferred method of supplying our classroom is a licensed teacher. And here's the results of what we've done with our parapro to teacher program at UAM. We have 26 fully licensed teachers who used to be parapros, 26. We have 22 more that are in that program now from para to teacher, and will be, when they complete that program, a fully licensed and pass the praxis exam, will be a fully licensed teacher in our district, because fully licensed teachers, what we want. We would take them wherever we can recruit them, if we can find them and get them to come to our economically depressed area. We'll take them every time. Whoever can supply them, we'll take them. Again, we don't leave any stone unturned in recruitment. We don't. So, but what happens when you advertise, you recruit through all these methods, and you still have not one licensed applicant for your position? So what do you do next? So what we do is, that's where we start the journey with our Act 1240 teachers. And we hire an Act 1240 teacher, someone with a college degree, preferably with 18 hours in the area that they're going to be teaching in, 18 hours of content, preferably, if we can find them. And then we start this intensive mentoring and training program for them. Now, every one of our schools make it perfectly clear when they're hired that they prefer them to get through and become licensed within 3 years, every one of them. And then they have every year they review them intensely if they've made adequate yearly progress to be rehired for the next year. And it's sometimes with tears in their eyes, they say, we're not going to renew you because you did not meet your obligation to meet the first year requirement to progress to a second year. We invest heavily in these people, but let me give you 2 roadblocks that we face to getting them all through in 3 years. We'd love to get them all through in 3 years, but sometimes it's just not feasible, and we're going to talk about that real briefly. One is, we have some outstanding high school teachers that have completed their program of study, that have passed their praxis content, and have excellent, outstanding test evaluation, and are outstanding teachers, but have yet to pass the foundations of reading. That's the only thing hanging them up to get a license. And then the second category that we need for sometimes for 4 and 5 years is teachers who passed everything I just talked about, but have not passed the principles of learning and teaching, the PLT that is required by UAM to complete a program of study. If you don't complete your program of study, you can't get a license. So they are hung up by that. They need the 4th and sometimes the 5th year to pass their PLT test. So, and let me also address, because I know it's a concern of ours and it's a concern of yours, or how do these teachers, Act 1240 teachers, help students' learning opportunities, and how do they enhance their learning opportunities, and how do they enhance student achievement? We put teachers in the classroom from our area who know the economics of our area, the emotional reality of our area, and the roadblocks in our area to students' learning. They know their home environment, and they know how to support. They know how to put in emotional support and learning structures that help those students achieve. They know them better than anyone, because once they were them, they understand our kids. They love our kids with all their heart, and they want to do the best for their kids, and they will work work to help our kids achieve. And let me give you two real life examples, because we have put our story all through our application. We've had example after example, but let me just take two examples. One is Hannah Terry, and the Cleveland County School District found Hannah Terry in the Rising Revenue Department. You talk about recruitment, we go everywhere. We look under every rock. Hannah Terry had a science degree, but she did not have an education degree. And she was hired as an Act 1240 teacher. She became one of the most innovative, creative middle school science teachers that's ever been at Cleveland County Schools. She had high standards, she had high student achievement, and she was beloved by the students, even though she was tough. She was beloved by the students, by the parents, by the other teachers, and she was a natural leader. So much so that when there was an opening this year for an elementary school counselor, she applied. Now, she already had a license as a teacher. She did by then acquired a license as a teacher, and she is now the elementary school counselor. And she's helping many, many more kids of poverty as an elementary counselor as well. And let me give you a second example of talk about high achievement. I want you to listen to what I tell you about Aaron Jones. Now, Aaron Jones was hired straight out of college at UAM with a chemistry degree. Absolutely no education hours. He had a chemistry degree, and he was hired by CrossFit. He then went back and took hours and became a College Board trained teacher and started an AP chemistry course at CrossFit. And then he was so outstanding and the student achievement was so great that he became the lead teacher for the engineering pathway. So he then started teaching engineering. Then he agreed to go to California to get the robotics arms training that was available in California, and he got that training. Then he became the Project Lead the Way teacher, and he started an engineering design course, a Principles of Engineering course, a computer integrated manufacturing course in CrossFit High School. Then he started a VEX robotics team. Then he started a FIRST robotics team that they did not have in CrossFit. What a guy. But that's not the end of it. He did us one more favor. He married a young art teacher who had no education hours but wanted to become a teacher. And guess what? She became an Act 1240 teacher for CrossFit High School when they had an art opening. And not only did she get involved at the school and was motivational to the art teacher, she, along with her arts team, started something that we had not had before in the community of CrossFit, a community outreach program where the students could do visual and performing arts before a real world audience in the community that had not been done before. Think about the benefits to our students. So state board members, I beg you for 5 years. I'll just lay it on the line. I beg you for 5 years, because we invest so heavily in these teachers that by the time we don't want them hung up on year 3 and have to non-renew them when they only like one test, and we could still continue their journey to full licensure. I beg you, we will use the waivers wisely, we will use the waivers productively, and we will grow our own teachers in our own community that will be here until they retire.
Thank you. I want to, you said you had 3 others that are going to speak.
Yes.
Let you know that you have about 7 minutes left.
Okay, Dr. Tracy Tucker is up next to tell you what it looks like in the district to support these teachers.
Welcome, Dr. Tucker. If we need to extend, we will a little bit. Okay.
Good morning, board members. Good morning, Teacher of the Year, Ms. Post. Congratulations, and thank you for representing our teachers. We appreciate you. Happy birthday, Secretary Key. So, this morning, I just want to share a little bit with you about the processes that we as districts have had to put into place to support our 1240 waiver teachers when they come to our districts. As Karen said, this is not a new problem for our economically deprived little area of the state that has lots and lots of challenges. It's a problem that came to our attention about 8 years ago as we began work to become an ACT work-ready community. So not only in our part of the state are we facing challenges with finding teachers to fill our classrooms, we're facing challenges with doctors to work in our hospitals. We're facing challenges with drivers to drive our trucks coming and carrying logs from our woods. So it's a problem that we're dealing with that is common in our part of the state. So our waivers give us the opportunity, the best opportunity that we've had in our part of the state, to put a teacher who has a bachelor's degree with content area knowledge in the classroom with students over a long-term sub. And so I think probably the beauty of the process that we have found in Southeast Arkansas is in our recruitment efforts. We have worked recruitment. You've heard some of the stories from Karen. But when I say we do just about anything, we do just about anything. We rob from daycares. We go to churches. We meet people at the revenue office. We look in-house. We look for our paras, our secretaries, anyone that we can find that might be interested in working with our students, their students in our schools, their schools in Southeast Arkansas. That's what we do. So the recruitment is the piece I think that's been so vital to helping us find success. We've invested in our teachers. Once we get our 1240 waiver teachers into our schools, it is truly a process. We have a plan for that process. So the recruitment and retention plan, we're a little bit ahead of that because we've already got that, because we already know what support our Act 1240 waiver teachers are going to need and how we're going to help them be successful in the classroom. One of the things that year one is so important because most of our Act 1240 waiver teachers, when they start a master's program, they're taking 12 to 15 hours per semester of college courses in addition to working a new full-time job. So it's imperative that we use our mentor teachers, our instructional facilitators, our administrators, our outside consultants, our novice people at the co-op. We are surrounding them with a bed of support to, number one, make them successful in their role as a classroom teacher, but to also improve our chances of being able to retain them as a teacher in our district. Those efforts continue through years 2 and 3. In the end of year 2, the beginning of year 3 is when we really start to shift our focus from completing the coursework to obtain that credential into how do we support them to pass an assessment. And that may be tutoring sessions within our own school district. That may be school business leave to attend tutoring sessions at the co-op aimed to help them have a better chance of passing that praxis. It may be releasing them some time to sit on a Zoom that's being done by the Department of Ed with that same purpose. It's really just about anything goes, anything that we can come up with to support our teachers to help them be able to obtain that license, and we try to do that in that 3-year time frame. We know that our 1240 waiver teachers are our best chance of giving our students in their classroom teachers who are going to stay, teachers who are invested in them, and teachers who are invested in our communities and in our schools. That's the bottom line. We are not growing our teachers through the recruitment efforts that we have right now in getting a traditional teacher license. And so we've thought outside the box, and we have worked hard to find those people wherever we can find them, being resourceful, being creative, and working hard to find people that are going to invest back in our communities and in our part of the state. So we appreciate your faith that you've shown in us in the past. We've worked hard. We're proud of the work that we've done, and we ask you to please continue to work with us, allow us to continue our efforts which are benefiting our kids in our schools in Southeast Arkansas. And we invite you down. Come down and see our schools, see our teachers. I have one teacher who was a finalist for Teacher of the Year in our Southeast Arkansas Co-op region. We have teachers participating in the Leadership Academy, Teacher Leader Institutes. We have teachers, Act 1240 waiver teachers trying to become National Board Certified. So we're having some successes, and we would love for you to come down and see the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Who? Mr. Gregory, I think there was somebody before you. I don't know. Oh, Mr. Williams.
Yes, I know we're short of time, and I'll try to abbreviate my comments. Again, thank the board and Secretary Key for allowing us to speak with you guys today and your time. And we are hoping to truly convey that we are coming on behalf of our students, and we are making every effort to get the best trained teacher possible in front of those students. One of the steps that we've taken here, we realize the support needs to continue to grow and improve, and we were approached by the Department of Education 3 years ago to consider the multi-classroom leader model through Public Impact, and traveled to Charlotte, North Carolina to look at that model in place and in practice, and realized this is a model that we really need to embrace. And this is a similar position to an instructional coach, but it's more specific to teachers who need that support. And we went from 3 instructional coaches to 6 multi-classroom leaders. And we have currently 8 of our 1240 teachers that have the support, daily support of these multi-classroom leaders that are experts in content, experts in pedagogy, classroom management, and they're walking side by side. So this is another piece of that support that we're offering at CrossIT. As Dr. Tucker stated, a lot of support's being given to these teachers. And one of the things I'd like for the board to consider is we look at the wave of certified teachers coming our direction. We all have to realize that that number's small, and that leaves a huge gap. And these 1240 waivers have been a godsend for us that the board has granted us, and we've used them wisely. We've supported these teachers, and Ms. Oaf mentioned Aaron Jones. He's been a great example at CrossIT, and we've had many other success stories that we could share. But again, the teaching supply is not coming our direction. Another thing I think it's important to consider is when you think about the population shift. The population is shifting out of Southeast Arkansas. And when we attempt to recruit traditionally trained teachers from other parts of the state, they're moving against that flow of population. And those teachers either want to stay home or they want to stay in those areas or go to those areas that are growing, and that's not Southeast Arkansas. So they're going against that population shift. So the 1240 teachers have given us the opportunity to retain many of those talented people who may not have work in other areas that their degree was intended to focus on. So we use them to retain the talent in Southeast Arkansas. These are the individuals that are committed to our community. They have looked at the teaching profession and decided this keeps me home, it keeps me invested in my community, and puts me in a wonderful profession. So it really supports us as we continue to recruit teachers, and it's important for us to do that. We, when we get Act 1240 teacher into our districts, they are really overwhelmed at times because they're a brand new teacher going back to school in a new profession, and that support that we talked about is in place, and we have had a lot of success. But if we get into year 2 of the waiver in year 3, and we only have 3 years total with the waiver to consider, many of those teachers may decline not to come into our profession because they realize they don't have time to fulfill the requirements. And that's why that 4th and 5th year, I think, is really, really important to this process. And we hope that the board will consider those, the 4th and 5th year as part of this approval process. And again, we appreciate your time and your consideration and all that you guys do for our teachers and our students across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Gregg, we're going to extend the time and allow you opportunity to speak if you'll keep your... Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner, Secretary Key, Chairman Newton, State Board members. My name is Kelvin Gregg. I'm Superintendent of the Duma School District, proud Superintendent of the Duma School District. I had written everything out, but I'm going to talk to you from the heart for just just a minute if you would. As Mr. Williams said, the process with 3 years really limits us because the only group of teachers that we're going to have 3 years to work with are the teachers next year. The Act 1240 teachers after that, we're going to only have 2 years. And if we're fortunate enough in year 3 to get a teacher to come in, we only have 1 year to work with those teachers. Now, let me talk to you specifically about Dumas. But before I go on, I want to just kind of share this story with you that I told 5 years ago. My grandfather in the 1950s said Governor Alba Falvers came on the radio and told the people of Arkansas, said, people, we have got to support those poor folks in Northwest Arkansas. Okay? I don't know, you guys don't remember that, but he came on and said, we've got to support those poor folks in Southeast Arkansas. In Northwest Arkansas. So I'm here today to ask the state board to support those poor people in Southeast Arkansas to educate the students. That is basically what we're here for. Specifically in Dumas, I'm one of the few school districts that have offered a 4th year to 3 of my teachers. Now, let me add that I have dismissed 6 teachers since 2016 because they did not make adequate yearly progress. I informed those 3 teachers in the spring that I was not going to renew them because they had not completed all portions of the practice, the PLTs and so forth. So I advertised 2 math positions and a high school English teacher. And when I looked at the applicants, guess what? All of the applicants were Act 1240 teachers. So I had to make that decision. Do I waste the 3 years that I've put in with these teachers and hire new Act 1240 teachers? I chose not to. I chose to continue the work that we're doing with those teachers. Now, those teachers have passed either their content area or their PLCs. They were lacking in some areas. So we have doubled down on helping those students. Now, in an effort to obtain certified teachers, people, I've gone to the Philippines. In my district, we have 8 teachers that we interviewed, that we are paying for them to come over to teach our students. We have special ed teachers that are doing a fantastic job. We have math teachers. In fact, my good friend down the street, Billy Adams, I told him about it, and he went over and he hired 5 teachers. I've got a friend in East Arkansas at Palestine Wheatley, John Estes. John called me and said, Kelvin, I'm having trouble. How did you get your teachers from the Philippines? We explained that process, and he has some. So we are turning over every rock to get what we need to help our students. We wholeheartedly support the state's initiative of growing our own. We support that 100%, and we will fulfill all the requirements that the state requires of us. We just believe that in Southeast Arkansas, that 3 years is not enough for us. Others that have a larger demographics and more to choose from, that may be the process. We just believe that for us, the 5 years is best, and I think that we have illustrated to you all that we have gone beyond and above to work with our 1240 teachers to get them certified. So in closing, I thank you for time, Mrs. Newton, but we humbly request that you approve our request for a 5-year waiver, and know that we are doing everything in our power to educate the students of Southeast Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. All right. Ms. Freno, does someone from the department speak now, or do we move on? Okay. Okay, all right.
No,
So
no one from
questions?
the department will be presenting.
Okay, all right. And just going to remind the board members and the ones that are here, we have a hard stop at 11:30 today because of other obligations, so just letting you know. Okay, Ms. McFetters, do you have questions that you would like to ask?
I would just like to hear back from the department on 3 years versus the 5 years. If somebody wouldn't mind doing that again.
Okay. Dr. Pfeffer.
So I think, as I listened to this information and gone back and read through it, this group has approached the Act 1240 waiver process differently than I think what we see sometimes. They have been very diligent in following up with their candidates. I do think a point Mr. Gregg made a minute ago as far as having 3 years. Yes, they would with this first group, but then you start running out of the 3-year time. I think what would make me more comfortable would be for the districts to assure that they do understand that the Grow Your Own program, we don't want to tie Grow Your Own program to an Act 1240 waiver process, because we're not going to waive our way to excellence, I guess. And so I think the approach with Grow Your Own in the future, we want it to be all the way through the high school up, realizing we still have groups in our communities that will come, because I want you to keep that picture in mind where there are multiple pathways to the workforce. So we definitely know that an Act 1240 waiver process is there to meet a need, but we want our recruitment and retention to evolve beyond more of that emergency, desperate feeling. And so I think that with their commitments to saying, yes, we want to get on board, we want to implement Ed Rising programs with our students, we want to offer the pre-educator programs of study, even if that comes from maybe a consortium model. That's an option for them as well, because they have some small school districts that it may not make sense for every single one of them to be offering the same courses. They could do that in concert with UAM and with the co-op. So to me, that's where the difference is, plus that being part of their recruitment and retention plan, where we can help monitor their progress and give you reports so that you would feel comfortable.
If we did the 5 years, could maybe after I think you said it was July 1, they had to have their plans in. After July 1, maybe the department do an analysis of their plans and how well the 1240 works in with, how does it match, how is it going to move them forward? Could we maybe get a report from that? And then, because I know that no matter what the waiver is, it can be pulled back in at any time.
Yes.
So
that is something we can do. We will be having a monitoring process anyway for plans, and so we could do a review, come back, after a couple of months to give a progress update, and that is definitely something we could do.
Okay. All right.
Madam Chair and Ms. McFettridge, if I may, could add to what Dr. Pfeffer was saying. I don't want there to be any thought that this is there's great friction in this debate of 3 versus 5 or between the department and the co-op. It's not that at all. What we have tried to do at the department over the last several years, and through changes to legislation, through the development of teacher residency model, through the legislative changes to recruitment and retention, is to create sustainability. And it's not, I think the superintendents would agree that recruiting teachers from the Philippines is not necessarily the most sustainable plan, because there are things outside of our control. Congressional action, something could happen that would close the door for international teachers or limit it. And so we saw it with TFA. I mean, Teach for America was mentioned. We had a few years ago hundreds of Teach for America teachers, and over the last few years we've seen that dry up. And Mr. Gregg and I have had conversations about why we can't get more TFAs, because that was a key part of Dumas providing a good quality education to their students for quite a while. So try and create that sustainability. That's all this is about. You know, we looked at the 3 years as something we would feel good about, that in that transition of getting more sustainable through some of these other initiatives. But I don't want the board in any way thinking that we're at odds with this work, because we're all partnered together to try to make this work in the tough area of the state to recruit and retain.
Okay, thank you. Anyone over here have questions or comments? No? Over here? Dr. Moore?
I do. I have some questions, maybe the co-op or the districts, around the library media specialist waiver. Are there supports, when individuals are hired in that role, is there also a mentoring and support process for those individuals?
Yes, it's the same, yes, we work with them the same way, try to get them a mentor. We've not had to use that waiver as much. We've only used it 3 times, but when we can't get one, yes, we do the same support model that we do with the regular teacher waiver. Absolutely.
Okay. As a district and co-op or district, as you're looking at hiring an Act 1240 waiver teacher, are there different interview processes that you all go through? What does that look like? You know, if you're hiring a licensed versus a non-licensed teacher?
I'll let Dr. Tucker, who's there, or someone who's there, talk to that, because I think the waiver's it's the same.
It is the same, Dr. Moore. Obviously, our 1240 waiver teachers, some of them are going to be at a great disadvantage because they don't have the knowledge or the background. That actually, in turns, gives us a better idea of what we need to do as a district to support those teachers. In my small little rural school district, I will tell you, if I have had a licensed teacher that has come to my district, they've pretty much been hired over an Act 1240 waiver teacher. So,
as far as dismissal process, because they're on the waiver, do you go through all the steps that you do for a licensed teacher?
I've not dismissed one. Mr. Gregg?
Basically what we do.
Would you mind, Ms. McFetridge is on Zoom and she can't hear you. That's okay.
Okay. Once we hire an Act 1240 in Dumas, what we do is we have a specific chart or plan that teacher knows after year 1. What you have to do is you have to have an acceptable teacher evaluation. You have to have the Pro-Etica ethics training, and you have to have taken the practice exams. Year 2 is the same thing. You have to make your progress. You have to have an acceptable teacher evaluation, and you have to have taken the practice exam during that year. The 3rd year, everything is the same, with the exception of you have to have passed all of your practice exams in order to be rehired. Now, we hire our teachers on a classified contract. Our Act 1240s are on a classified contract, but they are paid on the base of the certified salary schedule. So at that point in time, it is known in advance that this is what you have to do year 1, year 2, year 3, and at the end of that year 3, if you have not met those objectives, then you're non-renewed.
Okay.
And in my case, I extended them because they had all of the above and they had passed a portion of their practice, but not all. Okay.
Thank you. That certainly makes sense. My last question is more of a comment than a question, and I think we've directed more at the department, but we've talked about this before, but I think the end goal that we're looking at here is licensure, and I think the real end goal we want to see is student impact. And so as we look to approve this waiver, how can we support you all so that in 3 years or 5 years, however many years, we're coming with student information, student data for how is this impacting our students, and what would it look like if we don't, which we don't know, because it might be just a lot of empty seats, so or a lot of students doing virtual programs or that kind of thing. But I think as we approve this, I really want to push us to look at that moving forward.
And that's good feedback. And I think even beyond licensure, I think what we are really seeking is stability in the teacher workforce. And because there are, and there are a lot of different options, even from a traditional standard license. You have your tech permits, you have just different areas, but it's really about having well-prepared people in front of children, yes, so that you see the success and we have that stability. So I think that would also be a piece that I would want to add, that we're going to know we're successful as we start to see that, and as we start to see those charts not be lit up with dark colors of school districts with large percentages. When you look at that as a geographic percentage, and we have groups of students who are more impacted by having teachers who are not prepared and not qualified in the classrooms, we know that has a huge detriment on student achievement overall, especially when it happens in a large region.
Question, Dr. Pfeffer. Is it possible to blend or to consider blending if the department were to hold fast on its recommended 3-year for the district? Could you have an exception that if you were a 1240 teacher applicant, that regardless of what year during that 3 years that you applied, you got 3 years to get your licensure?
I think with this specific request, because you're granting the request for the district under that, yeah, right. I think you would have to extend the waivers for the district. So to Ms. Newton's question a minute ago, it could be that the better option would be to grant them the waivers, but ask that the department is reviewing the recruitment and retention plans after the initial submission, and then maybe again after that 3rd year to see, are we on track? What do the numbers look like? What is, how are things changing and progressing, and then look a little further down the road.
I'm just trying to come up with a
I don't think it would be possible to help individual teachers without granting the waiver for the district.
Okay.
Any other questions? Dr. Hill?
I really have a question. I have a comment, and I think I remember 2 board members ago, I mentioned how much time we spend on this topic, and for good reasons. And I hate big government in local communities, and I sit here in a position and see teachers and administrators trying to specifically address the needs in their communities, and we as a board are here trying to tell them what they need to do, and I don't think that's good governance because he's in battlefield, he's in combat, and we're back up here in headquarters, and he sees the bullets coming at him in the foxhole, and he's trying to call in artillery, and he's trying to fire for effect. And I've been in that situation, and when I sit here and heard him say that we're bringing in teachers from the Philippines to possibly replace somebody who's been in the community for 3 months, for 3 years, and then I started talking to Stacy about relationship, educational achievement, and we think it's more important that we have a certified instructor, okay? This is what I was talking about. In these urban and underserved communities to come in because that teacher is certified based on paper. I have a big problem with this. Based on paper, that student that teacher can do that. Then I go back and I look at the movie Hidden Figures. They sent the teachers to the moon, the people to the moon, and they weren't certified. I think we got to really, really understand we can't overextend, and I think it's good that we have these parameters and these laws that we have to go by. But when we see a plan, a strategic plan that's coming in to address the specific need of their communities, and we deny that, so what other alternative do they have? Now, if we sitting here and we say they got 300 qualified teachers out here to select from, I'm all about that. That's good. You got them out there, you know, it's just like, hey, you want to go recruit a 5-star athlete? If you got a bunch of 5-stars out there, you don't want to recruit that, that's great. All right, so we got 5-star teachers out there. We're not going to take them because they're not 5-star. We're going to go get them. Well, they ain't got that. They don't have that. So what are they going to do? So if there's a plan that's going to do that, I'm all about that. But there's not there, and I've been here 5 years, and we do that, and so what do they go do if we say no? Where do they go? And I'm about standardized evaluations. That's what it's for. But here's what I know. You can't tell me that a person in the Delta, I've been to Dumas 5 times. You can't tell me a person, you're going to bring in somebody from the Philippines who's never been there. They're from the culture. They're from the Philippines now. That's going to come into that community within 6 weeks is going to be able to do better because they have a standardized passing to a person who goes to church in that community, eats at McDonald's in that community, at the Boys and Girls Club in that community, is better. If so, if I can see that data, then I'll change my perspective. But until then, I'm recommending 5 years, and I hope I get a second, and I hope we can send them on back so they can get in the foxhole and fight for our children.
Is that a motion, Dr. Hill?
Yes, that is a motion.
All right. Okay.
Second that
All right,
motion.
second by Dr. Rankin. Is there any other discussion? Is that for both teachers?
All of them. Yes, ma'am.
No,
Wait.
I'm talking about, is it for teacher licensure and the library media both?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All right. Ms. Post.
When we hear some follow-up, in the very beginning, Ms. Eoff, am I saying that correctly? Oaf? Okay. She mentioned that 169 out of the 430 teachers had reached certification, so that's below 40%. I would like to hear how they're being supported in passing the foundations of reading.
Okay.
I looked up the exam. It's 4 hours long. It's 100 questions and 2 essays. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just like to hear how they're being supported by the state or by the co-ops in passing that
Ms.
exam.
Saraceni, maybe?
What they're doing is now they're being tutored. We're starting tutoring them with literacy specialists that understand the foundations of reading at the local district. They also have sessions at the co-op specifically, and then the state has started also offering some Zoom sessions, so they're beginning to get triple tutoring.
Carly Saraceni, Assistant Commissioner. At the state level, we have to remember that the Foundations of Reading is in law. And so we have worked with, my division has worked with Learning Services, Dr. Pride's division, and we have worked extensively with the literacy specialists that are based out of Dawson Co-op, and we have appropriated the funds for them to actually sit and take the test so that they would come back and design a really robust tutoring that lasts over 2 weeks. And if it's done a fabulous job, because here are your reading specialists going and setting for the exam. So they're coming back and building this tutoring program to make sure that our teachers, if they have not had that content instruction and reading, because a lot of them are your Act 1240 waivers or a non-traditional route, not through a traditional route. It gives them that opportunity to learn that content. And we've had great success with it. We've had one person go and sit for the exam, came back, went through that 2-week tutoring session, and actually brought their score up over 40 points. So we are having a lot of success with it, but we also know that there may be some one-on-one needs. And so those reading specialists that are helping us out of Dr. Pride's unit are now actually doing some one-on-one tutoring for those that may have taken it more than 2 or 3 times. So we, as a state, are really working hard, and we're calling it licensure ready. And Andy Sullivan in my department is leading that, and we're not just doing it with the reading, but we're also doing it in other content areas. And we're working with Dr. Pride's division to make sure we have those content specialists that are specializing in those content areas. And this is, we have appropriated funds to actually pay these specialists extra, because they're putting on this tutoring at night, and I dropped into a few sessions because I wanted them to know that we're supporting them, and they're really doing some great work. Now, we just started it in the past 6 or 8 months, and so we don't have great numbers yet, but hopefully soon we can look back and say, this past year, this is how it's impacted for teachers getting licensed. We understand the barrier of the exams, and I just want to clarify that we used to have, before you could get your license, we had a Praxis 1 in the Praxis core, and we eliminated that barrier. And we've also eliminated that barrier of the principles of teaching and learning. If they can either take that test or have a performance assessment. Okay. And so we are working to alleviate those barriers that are out there.
Thank you. Dr. Hill, I do need a clarification on your motion. I realize it's for both areas, but I need the number of years. You didn't state that. Okay, all right. You got
Do we
it.
need to separate
Okay.
yeah, the motion? Okay. Do
All
we
right.
need to break them up in 2 different motions?
No.
Okay. No.
Okay, all right. So we do have a motion on the floor with a second. Is there any more discussion? Okay, do we need to do a roll call or just a voice vote? Voice vote, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go forth and do great things. All right, and Dr. Pfeffer, I think that maybe after the plans come out, at some point in time, maybe you could come back and give us an update on how things are progressing and how it's aligned.
I need to be part of it. That wasn't part of the motion.
But I think you can just do that.
We'll have to put it in as a report.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, we do have a hard stop right now. I know we have more things on our agenda, but we do have an obligation to take care of, so we return, I think, at 1, is that right? 1-ish? 1-ish, okay. All right, we'll be back at 1-ish this afternoon. thank you all for everyone being so patient with us. We are going to move into the afternoon portion of our meeting, but if it's all right with the board, I'm going to move public comments up to now instead of making our visitors waiting till the end. They did sign up ahead of time, and so they are welcome to come and speak and give their 3 minutes. Let me pull up the names so I can get those right. Ms. Freno, did you send me those names? Yes, I sent it in the text. Well, can you send it again? Because I guess I lost it. It's not there. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Each one of you will have 3 minutes to speak, and we welcome you today. And the first one I have is Ms. Charlene Wright. That's fine. Just when you come to the microphone, introduce yourself so we know who it is. All right?
Good afternoon. Arkansas State Board member, Commissioner Keys, and all the other present. I am Isidore Daniels. I am a concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholder for the recession of an annexation of Dollarway School District and for the consolidated of Dollarway and Pine Bluff School District. Among our concern, what plans do you have for the community engagement, and how do you plan to share your plan? Prior to Dollarway School District annexation, Dollarway was afforded presentation on the overview of current consolidation for the Dollarway School District, November 2020. The Pine Bluff School District was denied the knowledge of the overview of current consolidation for Dollarway School District presentation. To this day, some patrons do not know how knowledgeable of the annexation, nor do they could have been consolidated to form a new school district with a reset of accountability and local control restored. The leadership did not value a need for community engagement and schools management that could result in an increase in accountability for both learning outcomes and school resource in the best interest of our students and stakeholders, whereby they may embrace the education process. We are concerned that according to your public exhibit for the annexation on December 1st, 2020, the implication of stakeholder includes that intentional planning must occur to maintain a family-like atmosphere of Dollarway. There has been no intention in planning to create or maintain family-like atmosphere for the Dollarway and Pine Bluff School District. The community engagement has not been promoted, and when the community requests input or knowledge, for example, where there would be a Dollarway High School, no response for leadership where students can participate at either school in extracurricular activity or whether they may attend each school. Since the annexation, the leadership has failed for communication or respond to community engagement in student service and offering. There has not been a community engagement forum, therefore Pine Bluff stakeholders do not know that the pros and cons of annexation and consolidation, which is in the best interest of the student. Finally, has a strategy plan of advertising committee for the community engagement been established, and when was the first meeting and how many has been held? Thank you for allowing me to have public comment.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
For you all who don't know me, my name is Dorothy Singleton. It's a good afternoon. And my concern for the Pine Bluff School District, for the recession of the annexation of the Dollarway School District and the Pine Bluff School District, I'm for consolidation of the two schools, mainly because annexation does not give us local control, and that is what Pine Bluff and the district needs right now. So we're concerned that according to a published exhibit on annexation on December the 1st in 2020, the implication for the stakeholders include the continuation of authority of the same superintendent and improving strategies that maintain a trajectory of improvement, student services, and offering what would be expanded to be inclusive of what would be offered in both districts. We feel that the continuation of the same authority, same leadership, and the same improvement strategy does not do anything to move either of the districts forward. And right now, the districts, the students, the community needs to be moved forward more than any time before. We've had several consolidations, starting with my school in Alzheimer, consolidating with Dalloway. Now we're talking about consolidating with Pine Bluff. And it's not in the best interest of the community, not in the best interest of the students. The same leadership in the Dalloway School District with a population of 907 students, when the two is annexed together, the population will go to 2,799. And so if they were not able to accomplish it with 907 students, they were not going to be able to accomplish it with 2,799. The focus has also been distorted. Tell me, what was that word that we talked about? It's the climate. Where is that? 3 years? 2 years they worked on climate. They had 5 years to get the district straight. So in the 3 years that they're working on climate, and then 2 years to get the district straight, the students lost. The community lost. So what we're asking here is the grant consolidation, because that will give the community the opportunity to have control, and not the people inside of the building, which their focus is on their jobs, and their focus is not on what is best for the community, the schools, and the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sinkler.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Arkansas Board members, Commissioner Key, and all others present here today. I am Julius Wright, a concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholders for the rescission of the annexation of the Dalloway School District and for the consolidation of Dalloway and Pine Bluff School District. One of our concerns is, what are your plans to address the lack of leadership, academic, and fiscal progress in the district? We are aware that Pine Bluff School District is no longer in fiscal distress. After reviewing the recent legislative update for Pine Bluff District, an attempt was made on Thursday, November the 18th, to communicate with the leadership whether the process to remove the Pine Bluff School District from fiscal distress had been initiated. No response. Concerns of students, teachers, and stakeholders that require district monies are not being addressed, such as teachers are being denied their $250 resource budget. Teachers are buying personal protective equipment when the district has funds for COVID relief money. Schools are not allowed to use their site level federal funds to purchase materials and resources for teaching and learning because of dysfunction in the finance leadership department to purchase athletic facilities. Restrooms are not working properly in the COVID pandemic. Water fountains are not working. Students are having to get water out of the sinks for drinking at the middle school at Jack Rogan. There's a disparity between transportation department, employees' wages in Dalloway and Pine Bluff, with Dalloway employees being paid more. Paychecks for employees, including teachers, have been late on several occasions. Research showed that among school-related factors, teachers matter the most to students' achievement, and that high levels of teacher stress can lead to lower students' outcomes. Students have found, and studies have found, that teachers' morale have plummeted over the course of the pandemic, and the lack of leadership, and in addition contributing to low teacher morale, which is not in the best interest of the students. School facilities improve the quality of the study environment in the school, thus improving the quality of education, where the student will be able to focus on the teachers without distraction. Again, we petition to you to consider the rescission of annexation of the Dollar Way and consider the petition of consolidation that was presented to you on November the 8th. The consolidation will allow us to find a permanent authority superintendent who is effective in all areas of the school culture, which is in the best interest of the students and the community. Thank you for allowing me to have public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon. Arkansas State Board members, Commissioner Key, and all others present. I am Charlene Wright, a concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholder. I am a former 30-year educator in the Pine Bluff School District and a retired educator for 41 years. I am for the rescission of the annexation of the Dollar Way School District and for the consolidation of Dollar Way and Pine Bluff School Districts. In my pursuit of what was best for the students in the Dollar Way and Pine Bluff schools, whether it was annexation or consolidation, I previewed video footage from your November the 13th, December the 1st, and December the 10th, 2020 meetings, all 10 hours, 57 minutes, and 28 seconds. I also copied the 561 pages of the transcripts from the meeting. The 13 attempts to attain community engagement and consideration of the governing for Dollar Way School District due to their exit from level 5 support had 37 participants in a district of 907. Legal parameters for annexation were the State Board of Education may require annexation if Dollar Way School District annexed the Pine Bluff School District. Dollar Way School Districts would be under the jurisdiction of Pine Bluff School District and therefore under state control. Pine Bluff School District may remain under state authority until 2023. Legal parameters for consolidation were the State Board of Education may require consolidation. If Dollar Way School District and Pine Bluff School District were to consolidate, they would create an entirely new district. The resulting district would not be under state control and would be controlled locally, which means a reset of accountability. The consideration for annexation and consolidations were very similar, with legal parameters as the distinguishing factors. As previously stated, Dollar Way School District was privileged to the overviews of considerations for the Dollar Way School District, but the receiving district, Pine Bluff School District, of 2,799 students was denied the opportunity of the knowledge of the consideration. To this day, some Pine Bluff School District patrons do not have knowledge of the annexation, nor that they could be consolidated to form a new school district with a reset of accountability with local controls restored. We feel that in the best interest of Dollar Way and Pine Bluff School Districts was consolidation, which would allow us a fresh start with our choice of a permanent superintendent, our choice of providers for support with a proven record of success, our choice of cost-saving mechanism, including whether to maintain two separate high school campuses, and the combining of community engagement for the academic success of our newly formed district. Then you, the Arkansas Department of Education, can determine if your support and mechanisms for the past 10 years have been effective. We are concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholders. We again humbly, prayerfully petition you for the rescission of the annexation of the Dollar Way School District and for the consolidation of Dollar Way and Pine Bluff School Districts. Students, this will be in the best interest of the students and the community. Thank you for allowing us to have public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. We spent a lot of time going through this and looking at data and thinking about what was best for all of the students. We had an outside group, West Ed, come in and help us gather data, gather survey information, and gather all the pertinent information that we had. And the decision at that time was not easy. It was a very difficult decision, but I feel as a board that we made the decision that is best for the students of Jefferson County that were affected at that time. And I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your concern. And one of the things that I heard come out of your comments was communication. And I think Ms. Smith is already working on some issues there and trying to do a better job of communicating what is going on in the district. But I think we've made progress. I will be the first to say that we've got more progress to make, but I think we're going down an appropriate track for this particular moment. I know Ms. Smith is gathering more information for us as a board, and next in January is our legislative report time, and she's going to give us a full report at that time on progress, good and bad, so you know. I feel that as a board that we are comfortable with the decision that we made and ready to go forth from here. Anyone have a comment that you wanted to add to that? Ms. Smith? Okay.
Just quick, Stacy Smith, Deputy Commissioner. First off, I've enjoyed meeting all of you this morning, and I hope that we can stay communicating, okay? Because there is much work to be done within the Pine Bluff School District and Dollarway communities. There's a lot of work to be done. Communication with stakeholders has been a challenge. Okay, it was a challenge when we were trying to get feedback a year ago and get participation. And I think you commented on how many we actually had participate. It's been a challenge. We have created a community kind of advisory committee that's working, that will be seeking more input and work, which we'll be talking about next month. So I'll try to pull all that information for you and make sure that I stay in contact with these citizens to make sure that they have, when we do our surveys and we do stakeholder feedback groups, that they have a direct invitation to that. So we'll try to make sure we do that. So I appreciate your comments today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, our next item is new business, and Ms. Freno, I think we were supposed to gather some information on board operating procedures, and you have something to present at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Lori Freno. If anyone has looked over the standard operating procedures and has any suggested comments, we certainly would welcome those. We could then try to draft up a new set of standard operating procedures incorporating it, and you all can look at it and talk about it in the next meeting, and potentially then vote. It's a majority vote to change those standard operating procedures.
Okay. Have you gotten suggestions up to this point, or?
I have not received any suggestions to this point, with the exception of yours.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any discussion? Okay.
And I will say the standard operating procedures are pretty recent. Mm-hmm. So I didn't expect that there would be a lot of changes. But I think the one thing that came to mind, it was in your email as well as what I was thinking, is that election process is kind of, it's not real clear why there's that lag month in there. Mm-hmm. And you know, if we ever got to if the board ever got to the situation where it felt an additional month needed to be added, you know, even if we took it out, we can write the standard operating procedure so that it would allow for that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any questions for Ms. Freno? All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
All right. So we're going to move on to reports, and so we're through with the action agenda. Does anybody need a quick break? Usually give you a break here, but Ms. Sharon has already gathered up her stuff and gone, so I don't think we need one today. All right. we'll move on to the report section. The first thing is the board liaison reports, and I have several things that I want to say here as far as bragging on the people that Secretary Key was smart enough to put in all of the positions that are here. I got to visit a couple of charter schools this last month and serving totally different clientele, but both of them are doing an excellent job, and the charter unit is a big part of that. And so I want to give my thanks that they are working hard to meet the unique needs. You know, every student's different, and they don't all need the same thing, and different charters are doing it different ways, but they are doing a great job. Also, this last week, got to attend not just the kickoff for here in Arkansas, but the national kickoff for computer science. And it was just one of the things that was most amazing to me was how respected Arkansas is nationally in the area of computer science. There were people from all over, everywhere, and I guess not even nationally, but worldwide, that we are doing some great things. And so I want to express my appreciation to Anthony Owen and all that unit for doing the hard work of putting on something like they did. I know it was a big job, and it was they just knocked it out of the park. They did a great job. And then Ms. Saraceni's group. She's not in here right now, but I want to brag on her. I don't know when she has time to sleep. She's got her hand in so many things. We went to the Arkansas Ed Prep State Review. She had people from all over Arkansas, co-ops, higher ed, superintendents, teachers, I mean, just all gathered together to see what can we do to ensure that teachers are day one ready, and it didn't matter what program they came from, it didn't matter what area of the state they come from, they all are coming out of a quality program. And I think you could see from even our 1240 waivers this morning, that's something that's needed. And so she's working hard in that area, also working hard in the area of ethics. The training that we're doing now in ethics is going away, so she's working with a group to develop new training in the area of ethics, and not just a training of what not to do, but training on what are the expectations of what a good teacher would look like in the area of ethics. You know, one of the things that in a classroom that I always learned was making sure I had high expectations for all of my students. And I think that's what she wants to see in our ethics training, and to make sure that training is good. So I want to say good job to Ms. Saraceni's and all of her unit, that they are working so hard. And then finally, Ms. Smith. She's another one. I don't know when she sleeps, but anyway, she is working hard. You know, I think, I don't remember, it was October meeting, I think, that we had the discussion on, you know, the violence and the things that we are looking at in classrooms that a few years ago we would never thought we would have to deal with, that we're having to deal with now. And so she's working hard in that area, and I got to watch her at a press conference along with a lot of the leaders in the Pine Bluff area, launching the GRIP program to work on gang violence in Jefferson County, and working with the superintendents and the sheriff's department, and launching that, and then not just talking the talk, but backing it up with funds from here at the department. So I want to say appreciate all that y'all are doing. Secretary Key, I'm having a greater respect for you every day, because you're picking the right people for the right jobs, and they are knocking it out of the park. So I just want to say thank you to all of y'all that are working so hard. I know it's not easy. These last couple of years have been hard. It's been hard for all of y'all, but y'all haven't given up, and you've kept the focus of what is best for students. Every one of these things that I jotted, every one of them I could go back and say, you know, the focus was students. The focus was students. The focus was students. So thank y'all. I really appreciate all of y'all's hard work. So I'll open up to the rest of the board. Does anyone else have something you want to add or discuss? Dr. Rankin?
I'll just say, I know I joined Ms. McFetridge. I know last month had the opportunity to tour Exalt, I think, Exalt Academy. I know many of us have had that invitation. And I did bring some information in case any of my colleagues want to take a look at this, that they provided to me, that I can pass along and share to you all too. But it is very inspiring,
yes,
to see the innovation, the innovative thinking and the passion for our students that is out there. So yes, I really did appreciate that invitation.
Yes. Anyone over here? Ms. McFetters, do you have anything that you would like to share? No? Okay. All right. Then I bet Ms. Post has something she wants to share.
2 pages of something.
Okay.
Honestly, lots and lots of meetings. Ms. Newton, I know you have giggled at me a few times when I've said that I needed more to be involved with, and those opportunities have come, so here we go. The first thing that I wanted to report on is that Juliana, our National Teacher of the Year, was in Little Rock about 3 weeks ago. And I had the privilege of taking her. She wanted to see Central High School because it's a historic site. And I honestly had not been. So that was a really neat time just for the two of us to chat about education across the nation right now in such a historic place. I think we stood there for 30 or 45 minutes just talking. If you have not seen the latest People magazine, they chose Juliana along with 3 other National Teacher of the Year finalists, Alejandro, John, and Maureen. They represent Washington, D.C., North Carolina, and Utah. And they featured them as People of the Year. So I thought that was incredible that they chose in such a kind of a difficult time to elevate teachers as People of the Year. So if you have not seen that, Juliana is on the cover, and she, as always, looks fabulous and is such a beautiful representation for educators. I spent a couple of days with the National Teacher of the Year family, just kind of in professional learning, which is always really rewarding for me. We heard from some incredible speakers, and I think that was one of our last Zooms together. It's strange that it's all kind of winding down. But 2 days were spent on that, and then I had an Ed Rising speech with Region 2, which is in conjunction with the University of Central Arkansas. Those have become my favorite speaking engagements, getting to share with aspiring educators and try to fuel that passion enough that I think they'll catch a vision of what teaching can really be like and how rewarding the career has been. I think it's helpful for them to hear from someone that left the business world to go to the classroom, and to tell them they need to just stay the course and head for the classroom, that we need them, and that I wouldn't go back to business. I don't think you could pay me enough money to go back to business now. So those are definitely my favorite speaking engagements. I have been pulled into some mental health planning that we're doing at the state level, which is really encouraging. I know that y'all know I came from alternative education, so mental health is always a big part of kids that have deficits in their social skills, and a lot of them need mental health support. So that has been very near and dear to my heart. We are working on, here at the state level, the pre-educator programs of study for high school students. I know you've heard quite a bit of that from Dr. Pfeffer, and I am in the group that's looking at our standards for the Intro to Education course. So that first course where we are trying to hook these high school students into falling in love with teaching. So that has been really, really good, rewarding work. Also, a little bit on just what it looks like to be a lead teacher or a master teacher, and to have that designation added to your license. I did a little bit of work with Fort Smith Public Schools for employee recognition. And I want to share just a little bit about this. I know nationally, all of the teachers of the year from across the different states, we've talked about how there's this really interesting, there's this element of professional jealousy when you win that I don't think anyone is prepared for. And Ms. Newton, I'm sure that you've experienced it. I didn't realize how prevalent it was. And when we as a group, as a cohort, started discussing why is this happening, because these colleagues are our friends, why would that jealousy be there? And we kind of came to realize that it's because teachers aren't being celebrated enough. And so when one of their own is elevated and celebrated and recognized, I think maybe that human tendency is just to think, well, why not me? So all that to say, in my own district in Fort Smith, I kind of went to some of the big wigs and said, what can we do to recognize teachers? So Fort Smith is implementing the Capturing a Kid's Heart social and emotional learning program, and we are looking at doing some kindness awards for teachers to recognize those that are really knocking it out of the park in the SEL department, and then some others where teachers are stepping up and just going above and beyond in leadership types of ways. So I'm really proud of that. I think that that is necessary, and I think that it's going to create a better, more collegial culture among professionals in the teaching world. Just this week, actually yesterday, I was over there in the closet giving a speech for another Ed Rising. That was Region 3 in conjunction with Arkansas State University. And then also we were working on the Educator Prep Task Force, which Miss Newton was here for. That was some really exciting work, and she already referenced that, but there were so many people in this room, and it was just really beautiful to see the interest from higher ed, the interest here at the department, so many people coming together, like Ms. Newton said, to ensure that our teachers are day one ready, because I was not. Dr. Pfeffer even shared about her first day and a lunch duty experience that she wasn't prepared for. And not that teachers can be prepared for every situation that they're going to face, but I know that we can do better. So that's been really good work. Tomorrow, I am very honored to get to partner with Academy to donate 50 bicycles and helmets to some students here in the state. I won't say where, but if you are at all interested in coming and seeing that, I will let you know when and where we should be tomorrow to see that. Next week, I will be speaking at a Girls Can Code conference in Greenbrier. I think y'all know that my college background was math and computer programming, so that's really exciting. And that's it. That's it for me. Lots of meetings.
Yeah, busy. Not much sleep for you either, I don't think. All right. Okay, Secretary Key.
All right, Madam Chair, I have distributed for you, and we have extra copies if you want some. But you remember several months ago, I guess it was last school year, we worked with a partner to publish a booklet for children with target audience, kindergarten through 5th grade, on the coronavirus, what it was, what it wasn't, some of the issues that were surrounding it at that time. And that was before the approval of the vaccine, and certainly before the approval of the vaccine for ages 5 to 11. Now that we have that in place, we have reissued this kids guide to include the information about the vaccinations. It's a way to help get information out for parents, caregivers, and students to engage together. And kids have questions. Kids can get scared when they hear things they don't understand on whatever sites, TV stations, whatever it might be. So this really is also something that we connects to our RISE initiative, because we want to create a culture of reading, and sometimes reading material doesn't have to be the books. It can be things that are attractive, and should be things that are attractive to kids. So we thought through that process and worked with the Arkansas Health Department to be accurate in the information that we were providing. So these booklets were drop shipped directly to districts. They should have received those over last week, this week, and we are encouraging them to get those out to the students. But you all have one. As you see, we have one, an English version and a Spanish version. And if you need more of those, we can get those to you. Stop there and see if we have any questions on that. Okay, this week is Computer Science Week, and we kicked this off last week at the Governor's Mansion with the Governor's Computer Science Summit. Representatives from 22 states were in attendance at the mansion for almost a full day of information and discussions about how we can advance computer science and coding, and more broadly, STEM in education, and getting our students ready for the jobs and the opportunities that are with us now and in the future. So we were very happy with that. I know Anthony and his team at the computer science unit working this week every day. I hope you've noticed a press release of some type announcing something new or an addition or something regarding the computer science initiative. And those numbers continue to grow. Now that we have this in legislation as a requirement for graduation, beginning with the 9th grade students for next year, it's something that we anticipate will continue to grow. And we do get calls regularly from other departments, other states, asking, hey, what are you doing in Arkansas? How can we do this? I'll stop there. See if anybody has questions about that. All right. And then some of you, hopefully some of you know who Bessie B. Moore was. Bessie B. Moore was, she got her license to teach at the age of 14 in 1916, I believe. She is really someone who, if you think about a Hall of Fame of education in the state of Arkansas, she would certainly be in that. She served 3 different presidents as an appointment to the National Library Organization for Standards. She served at many levels in state government and in districts. And the University of Arkansas had a library that was named for her, and as happens, remodeling and repurposing of buildings, that library was repurposed, and she had a portrait that somebody had been commissioned a number of years ago, and I got word that portrait was headed to the storage. Many of you don't know Dr. Arch Ford, whose portrait is out there, asked, or I'm not sure if asked or if she asked him to appoint her. I'm not sure exactly how that went. But Bessie and Dr. Ford really helped start what was then known as the Arkansas Council on Economics Education. What we now know today is Economics Arkansas. And so she founded that organization, led that organization for a number of years as its director. And I just thought when I saw that it was not the right place for her to be in storage. So her portrait has been delivered. As I mentioned earlier, Mary Claire brought that in, and hopefully the next time you're here in the building, you will see it prominently displayed here in our lobby. We also are working with Department of Heritage because one of the things that is important about artwork is interpretation and understanding the history behind it. And we're working with them to have the placards that you see that help individuals understand, why is this person important? Well, we want to make sure current and future Arkansans understand why she is important to the education of the state of Arkansas. And that's something that I'm excited that we are in a position to be able to continue her legacy and promote her legacy in education. And with that, then Stacy now has a presentation that she's going to give you an update on. And when Stacy's finished, that will conclude my report.
So I came in on the conversation with them talking about Bessie this morning, and this is what I heard. Bessie is here and she's quite large. She's going to need assistance getting into the building. And I kept thinking, who in the world is Bessie? I had no idea they were talking about a portrait. So I'm glad Bessie is here and that we found the assistance to get her in the building. All right, so I want to give you an update on behavioral and mental health planning and overview and some of the things that have happened in the last 2 months. I know Dr. Hill has been expressing some thoughts around this and some actions that we need to be taking. And so there's several things that have occurred, and just kind of want to keep everybody abreast of where we are and what we're doing. So real quick, if you can remember, in the spring of last year, we did a survey with our teachers throughout the state. We also looked at 2 other surveys that were national surveys to tell us what is it that we're hearing from educators in the classroom right now. And what we did find is that the majority of educators teachers in the classroom do say that it is important to be able to incorporate lessons about social, emotional, and behavioral skills in the classrooms, that we need to figure out a way to be able to incorporate that throughout the day. It's not something extra, it's not to the side, it needs to be a part of the instruction. So for us, we have to be able to set it up and deliver it that way, so it's not adding one more thing. Two, other things that school teachers and counselors ranked is still meeting the basic needs of students, clothing and food, those basic needs, and that's one of those things when we talk about the warehouse here in Little Rock and how we've been able to partner with them through our homeless funds that extend through the state about delivering basic needs. Also, we've had several different homeless grants sent out to co-ops and school districts, and we're really talking to them about how to leverage those funds and meeting the basic needs of students in their schools and how to properly identify. So that's a piece that Ms. Kaufman has talked about the homeless grants and done several Zoom meetings, webinars with districts, has talked to co-op people that came up in our conversation when we were with them earlier this week. So how to leverage those funds to meet those basic needs, and we'll continue to work on that. Something else that came out of in the spring when we were meeting with that group, when Dr. Hoover was there in Hot Springs, just at table talks, and in this survey, it came out that not only are we concerned about students' mental health and well-being, but we're also concerned about staff mental health and well-being, and how we address that. I can say that our health unit here at the department, they dug into our current insurance, what our current insurance, provides to all state employees as far as counseling and needs and services, and trying to get that information out to people. People just don't know, and getting around the stigma that you don't necessarily have to go visit somebody in your local community. There are phone, you can do hotline calls, there's telemedicine avenues, there's lots of ways to access that. So making sure people are aware of that. I think as we move forward with our initiative, keeping teachers at the forefront and making sure that their needs are met is a priority. Again, depression, anxiety in students, and the impacts of COVID on that. We were seeing that pre-COVID, and we definitely see it post-COVID. Teachers ranked that they need mental health, social, emotional, professional development. That it is a high need and a priority for teachers. They want it. Okay, they want to attend PD like that. And most of the time we're selecting PD that hits our content area, right? We're really focused on RISE or math or those pieces, but they're saying this is an area and this is a need. So the opportunity for those mental health interventions in the school day, being able to provide services to students during the school day. The research behind that is that kids will attend their treatments and that the outcomes are better versus leaving it after school hours. And that's a balance piece. When I was an elementary school principal, I struggled with, we'd have so many people pushing in and pulling kids out of classrooms, and I'm trying to balance their instruction in the classroom with meeting these needs in the school day. So helping schools navigate that will be something that we have to continue to think about as we move forward. Current work that we've had going on here at the department now for a little bit, okay, not just recently, but a little bit, but we've operated them kind of in silos, all right? And shame on me, I look at those 4 things, and all 4 of those things started when I was over learning services, but we operated them separately. We never pulled them together, never linked together, completely 4 different groups and units working on them. Guide for Life, we wrote standards for social emotional, not social emotional, but also those life skills, what we need to be doing in the classroom. So standards are there. And we have a group who's actually had teachers come in, made lesson plans based on those standards. We've had podcasts made from that. There's a whole wealth of resources made. The Arkansas Aware, originally that was an $8 million grant that the state received, and it set up models for mental and behavioral supports throughout the districts in the state. They themselves provide trauma-informed practices, professional development. They provide mental health first aid. In fact, this grant was one of the first ones in the state where we actually created the network of mental health first aid trainers, that other groups have picked it up and put it in their grants. So when you hear about other groups offering mental health first aid, odds are they got their initial training from our folks with that grant, because our whole grant was about creating a network throughout the state. So lots of groups have picked that up. We've got many trainers here at the department. They too have a podcast that's geared for educators with many, so again, these are like secrets that we need to make sure that they're out there. If you didn't know, we have 15 behavioral specialists that are supported by the Department of Ed, and they are scattered throughout the co-ops in the state. They mainly, right now, their goal is the BX3, and they go in and they teach school districts, they partner with school districts about building capacity on how to deal with students who have kind of extreme discipline or behavioral, and how do you handle that in the classroom? And how does that mental health piece come in and support that, all right? RTI Arkansas, again, everything we're looking at trying to support it through a multi-tier system of support. When you think about RTI, which is response to intervention, it's really that pyramid that we've always seen, okay? Where we talk about the base being the core, what everybody gets, and then as you move up that pyramid, it's those additional supports, okay? So all those are foundational pieces that we already have in place. What we have to do is we have to start weaving these together as we build a bigger plan moving forward. So where we're at right now, we did host a retreat on October 11th and 12th. Ms. Post was a part of that. We had about 40 people from the department attend that. We also had Dr. Edge from UAMS, who just started the Trauma Resource Initiative for Schools at UAMS, which is a center specifically for trauma for schools. So recently I had a call from a superintendent who they had the school shooting last year, and he said, my teachers are not okay. We need support. And I was able to say, hang on a second, I'm gonna have somebody call you right back. I was able to hang up the phone. I was able to call that center, talk to Dr. Edge and say they need help. And she said, we're on it. She called them back. They had people on site that week. They did professional development and after school meetings for teachers, and they made individual connections with people who needed more. That went deep, far deeper than I could have ever done. And before knowing them, I wouldn't have known who to call, really, what center. They were able to connect all those dots. So that is a grant funded at UAMS through Blue and You that they just started, okay? At the retreat, that was really the opportunity for people at ADE to get up and say, this is what we do with Guide for Life. This is what the behavioral specialists do, because people weren't aware what other people were doing here at the department. And so we felt like that foundational piece of putting everything out on the table about what everybody was doing needed to occur. I'm fortunate enough that I got to talk Hope Worsham into coming back to the department, and we know what a success and home run that was, right? So Hope, as part of her project manager piece on this, I said, Hope, I got another project for you. So Hope is helping the organization of this piece, okay, and as we move forward. The comprehensive center that we work with as a state, they're like our own co-op for the state. They're providing us direct support. They helped us with the retreat. Another partnership piece that we have right now is with the NGA, National Governors Association, and Dr. Moore is actually on this committee with us. The state received like a $40,000 grant around mental health and behaviors. And every month I would get on there and say, the department is glad to sit at the table and talk about this, but we're not in charge. Every month. And then last month I finally said, okay, we'll be in charge. Did not say, Sarah's a witness to that. I finally said, okay. So what we're gonna use that for is identifying barriers, okay, that we have to work through multiple state agencies, really probably around Medicaid, some of the funding sources for schools on getting kids treatment. Okay, so those are some specific things we're going to work on. Hopefully be able to pull DHS in, Department of Health, other state agencies to kind of work through that. So those are some foundational pieces we have right now. Where we're at right now is we are in the middle of drafting our strategic plan of how all these pieces work together. Our goal is to create a professional development for all teachers in the state around positive behavioral and mental health support. Right now, districts, really the only tools they have in their tool belt are reactive. I can take your recess away, I can suspend you, I can send you home, and they don't have the preventative measures in place, okay? Coupled with giving teachers strategies on how to listen with empathy, how to be how not to escalate something into a bigger situation. You know, a lot of times you get to the point and the kid is out of control, and you go back and you really look at it and you think, why did the teacher do that? Because now you've got a kid who's just lost it completely. So how do we cause those things not to happen when we see it? Looking for those early signs. We do have a smart data dashboard that we've used our ESSER funds for that are helping us highlight kids that are at risk based on attendance, behavior, discipline. And so training schools to start looking at who's at risk and what are you doing on the front end. If you can predict it, you can prevent it, right? If you can predict that this kid's gonna have issues, then you should be able to put some prevention pieces in place, all right? And so that's what we wanna work on, the prevention piece. We have partnered with the Martin Luther King Commission. If you don't know Deshaun Scarborough, you need to get to know Deshaun. I'm sure he'll be here at some point, full of energy, super excited to partner. And they are under the umbrella of the Arkansas Department of Ed. And he has given a proposal to do 4 youth summits that's really about anti-violence and building leadership with youth. So it's almost like a conference for high school kids where they're coming to, they're going to, and the courses I looked at were everything from financial literacy to anger to just mental health topics. But it's a conference, and they bring in keynote speakers. And so we're going to look at doing 4 of those regionally over the next year, and hopefully be able to expand in the future. Also looking at partnering with them on some mentoring in Little Rock. This is one of the things Dr. Hill has brought forward a couple of times, kind of targeting middle school groups. We're in the middle of fleshing out what that plan and proposal looks like, and all the different stakeholders who will be involved in that. And the last one, a couple of you have already mentioned, the GRIP initiative, which is Gang Reduction Initiative in Pine Bluff. GRIP, it's a partnership with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, the local judge there, the superintendent's there, on not only suppressing, but being able to go in and educate and prevent. They've hired 4 officers who are going to be specifically aimed at youth and gangs. And it's not about going in and arresting everyone. Everyone that day at the press conference said, we cannot arrest our way out of this. Okay, we got to start creating relationships. We got to start identifying early on what we need to do. There's different trainings going on with these officers. We've hired commissioned officers within the district. They're also being trained. There's 2 different programs. One's called GREAT and one's called the OK program. So we've got some intense training going on there. So lots of movement in that area. Both of those are operational. GRIP, it's up and running this month. They've got their money, they've got their officers identified, they're getting their training in January. So we're moving. Martin Luther King Youth Summit, the first one, we're looking to have this spring. Okay, so a lot of work to be done on that. Probably calling you, Dr. Hill, you'd probably be a good speaker at that. Mm-hmm. And free. Then the implementation of RPD, what we're going to do here. One of the great conversations we had earlier this week with Carly Saraceni, Dr. Pfeffer, is this training. It's so important, okay, but we want it to be intensive. And we know that school districts, when we think about that BX3 training, it is on building capacity within a district. We have to build capacity. School districts have to have people inside their schools to know what to do, right? So we want to create an academy-style professional development that'll launch this summer. And I compare it kind of to what we did with ESL Academy back in the day. If you were familiar with that at all, it was something you went to for like 2 weeks in the summer at different times. But it was very intensive all day, 8 in the morning till 8 at night. You stayed there 4 days in a week, went home, and you came back another week. So we're thinking in terms right now for planning, it's really this style of an academy style, focusing on the right people in buildings right now, people like counselors, assistant principals, and deans of students, to come in and kind of do this 2-week academy. One of reactive, what do you do when it's happening? And then 1 week on being proactive and preventative. And what do you do on the front end? And trying to get the right people. Rolling that into, so if we can build a statewide capacity pretty quickly, ramping it up through an academy where we have a licensure component through there that they could add to their license so it means something. okay? And it's that they've accomplished something here at the department and they've shown competency in those areas. We ramp that up then to be able to, they then become our boots on the ground to help us do training, what happens in schools. What does this look like school-wide? So those are like big dreams we have right now. Everything starts from a vision and a dream. And then when you've got the right people, which we do have the right people, that's when the work starts and that's when the actions happen. And so by this summer, I'm hoping that we can actually have an academy up and running. Considerations, again, I'm not going to read every one of these to you, but the main thing is, as we're reflecting on the work that we're doing, we've got to make sure that we're the right audience, okay, the right skill set that we need people to have, making sure that we have a common message. You know, what are we trying to prevent and who are we trying to do this for? Making sure that we've heard voices from our students and our families. And the main thing is that we really have developed what is the core values that we want for our initiative and the outcome piece with that. So that kind of concludes that. Do you have any questions? That was a lot.
Anyone have questions?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you.
Excellent job.
I do have one more thing I need to come back to. I wanted to give you an update on the teacher residency with respect to the commitments that we've seen so far, we've received from our higher education partners. And let me find that note again. So we had asked for response by last Friday. Okay. And these are the institutions that responded by last Friday. Now, that's not to mean that it was a drop-dead deadline, but and we have been contacted by others, but these are the ones that made the early commitment. So our two-year institutions: Arkansas Northeastern College, ASU Three Rivers, Arkansas Tech at Ozark, Black River Technical College, East Arkansas Community College, National Park College, South Arkansas Community College, Southeast Arkansas College, University of Arkansas Community College at Batesville, UA Community College at Hope, Texarkana, U of A Community College at Morrilton, and U of A Community College at Rich Mountain. So good response from our two-year institutions. And then the four-year institutions that have responded by last week were John Brown University, University of Central Arkansas, and UA Monticello. So I'd like to brag on those institutions for jumping on with us and agreeing to be part of this. And for those that from whom we have not heard, if you are listening, we certainly expect to hear from you soon. And if you have any questions about that, we definitely want to respond and answer any questions you have. But I just want y'all to be aware that work is moving forward on that. And when I spoke earlier about sustainability in relation to the waiver, the 1240 waiver discussion, this is the type of thing that will help us get to long-term sustainability, but it won't work across the state if we don't have the partners. And that's the critical part of making this work. So, and with that, happy to answer any questions about anything we've covered or anything else that might be on your mind.
Does anyone on the board have questions? All right. Mr. Sutton.
When and how do you plan on responding to the Pine Bluff district, or that group that has made the request?
Well, there's ongoing community engagement at work now, and earlier today, Pine Bluff School District issued a press release that outlines and names the members of the committee that they've put together. They've been working for some time now. I think they've had their second meeting recently, and then in January, Stacy will be coming back to give a report to the board on the work that's been happening. You know, it's certainly don't want to discourage input. I think the specific requests that they made might not be legally feasible, and that's something that we would have to look at. But I think we did, as Ms. Newton said, we really did a lot of work, put in a lot of work of evaluating the different options, the different pathways forward. And I certainly understand if groups of individuals or community groups that didn't feel like they know about it or knew about it or didn't have a chance to weigh in at the time, that shouldn't cause them to get cut out of future discussions and future planning. So we encourage them to stay engaged. And I know we've talked to Mrs. Warren about that, and it's her intent to engage everyone that wants to be at the table with moving forward in the right way. So I don't think there will be a specific response to them other than what Stacy, I think, met with them offline and had a conversation about keeping them engaged in the communication process.
Any other questions or discussion? All right, well, you've been good, and so I guess I'll let you go home early. How about that? All right. All right, I think we are adjourned.